I'll inspect the current game first, abandon only if an unfinished run is open, then pilot one fresh Ironclad A20 attempt to its terminal result. The Niao choice depends on whether 3 early 1 HP fights can reach an elite, so I'm checking the opening routes before committing. No route converts Nia's 3 easy combats into an elite kill. Permanent +7 max HP is the stronger long-run value. I'll take the central route for early fights, an elite, and a fire afterward. Bash plus Strike exactly removes the attacking Spike Slime, preventing its damage while setting up Vulnerable efficiently. Headbutt is the best early pickup. It improves damage immediately for the coming elite and later recurs bash or a premium attack. Clash is unreliable, and Battle Trance doesn't solve damage yet. With no campfire before the first elite, upgrading bash here gives immediate damage and an extra vulnerable turn. That tempo is worth more than a single starter removal right now. Both lice attack for 15. 2 defends cut the hit to 5, and tagging the 14 HP louse lets next turn's bash ++ strike clear its curl up and finish it exactly. Perfected Strike is a timely Act 1 damage spike with 5 starter strikes still in the deck, and Headbutt can recur it. That improves every elite matchup more immediately than the excellent but slower Disarm. The box's relic is tempting, but this route has no reliable early shop to remove regret before multiple elites. The Donut's permanent plus 5 max HP is clean value with no deck tax. I'm taking the extra hallway fight for one more card reward before the elite. The route then gives a campfire immediately afterward, and Fairy in a Bottle covers the downside. Pommel Strike is perfect here. It raises Perfected Strike scaling, improves draw, and remains useful after Act 1. At 74/87 with Fairy in a Bottle and upgraded damage, the immediate elite is well within range. Taking it now also preserves the following campfire for recovery, or another upgrade. Lagavulin lets us delay the wake-up. I'm cycling this awkward opener instead of spending Perfected Strike into its 8 block without vulnerable. The goal is a Bash-led burst on the final sleep turn. With vulnerable active, Perfected Strike plus Strike deals 39. Accepting the 20 damage is the fastest way through Lagavulin before its Strength Dexterity drains compound. True Grit adds real block and a route to exhaust weak cards and longer fights. It supports the Guardian matchup and gives the deck scaling utility beyond pure Perfected Strike burst. Although 40 HP looks low, the next two nodes are non-combat and another campfire is reachable after the chest. Upgrading Perfected Strike now materially shortens future fights, while Fairy remains emergency insurance. Paying 35 gold for 21 HP is highly efficient here. It preserves the upcoming campfire for another upgrade and keeps 136 gold for later value. The safer route still reaches an elite after this fire. At 61 HP with Fairy and Fire Potion, I'll smith Pommel Strike for better draw and perfected strike synergy, rather than spend the campfire healing. Nob's next draw is weak, but the following hand contains upgraded Perfected Strike. Spending Fire Potion now creates a clean turn 3 kill and avoids Nob's dangerous heavy follow-up. Fairy stays untouched. Toxic Egg turns Impervious into 40 block immediately. That is premium defense for Guardian and remains powerful all run, so it's an easy pickup. Toxic Egg's upgraded Flex is a zero-cost burst card that improves Bash Plus attack turns without slowing Perfected Strike. It is the best of these modest options. One-shotting the Louse bypasses its 11 curl-up block. Pommel Strike into the Slaver plus Perfected Strike into the Louse removes 6 incoming damage and preserves clean Slaver focus next turn. Hemokinesis gives 15 damage for 1 energy, excellent tempo for Guardian, and Act 2. Its small HP cost is partly offset by meat on the bone and burning blood. This elite should be sentries after seeing Lagavulin and Nob. At 57 HP with Impervious, Essence of Steel, Fairy, and High Burst, the relic reward is worth taking before the final fire. Hemokinesis plus Strike removes the weakened left sentry exactly. The last energy chips the right one, cutting this turn's incoming damage from 20 to 10. Impervious absorbs the final sentry's attack, while Headbutt can set upgraded Perfected Strike on top for the next turn. That trades 1 turn for 10 HP before the boss. Inflame adds permanent strength scaling for multi-turn fights and improves every attack. It is the clearest upgrade to the Dex Guardian and Act 2 prospects. The deck already has enough damage to beat Guardian. Entering at 49 HP is the real risk. Resting to roughly 75 protects Fairy and gives room for the boss's defensive cycles. Flex plus Perfected Strike and Headbutt crosses Guardian's 40 damage mode shift immediately, and Headbutt can Q Perfected Strike for the next cycle. This prevents its normal offensive sequence from developing. Sharp Hide makes small attacks inefficient, so I'll use only the 2 largest hits. Essence of Steel afterward combines with Orichalcum for 10 end of turn block, covering Guardian's roll attack. Guardian's 20 damage Whirlwind is covered for 10 by Orichalcum plus plated armor. Inflame and 2 attacks advance the new 50 damage mode shift threshold while establishing permanent strength. Guardian is at 70, but racing with 2 attacks would cost too much through Sharp Hide and Twin Slam. Perfected Strike plus Defend leaves 41 HP and preserves enough life for a clean kill after it exits defensive mode. The deck's single target damage is strong, but Act 2 punishes weak area damage. Immolate fixes that immediately and is more urgent than a second defensive rare. For energy unlocks Bash plus Perfected Strike and much stronger defensive turns. Cursed Keys downside is manageable by skipping optional chests or removing the curse at a shop, so it outweighs 2 removals or potion scaling. The middle entrance reaches a shop after 2 combats, ideal for spending 297 gold, then offers a hallway campfire route before any elite. I'll take that controlled line toward Automaton. Immolate is doing exactly what we drafted it for. 21 base A, OE across all 3 birds. Adding Hemokinesis to an attacker concentrates damage, while Orichalcum absorbs half the incoming flurry. Toxic Egg's True Grit Plus provides 9 block and controlled exhaust, improving long fights and cleaning burns, are starters without the randomness of the existing copy. Flex, Immolate, Hemokinesis, and Strike use all 4 energy to kill the looter on turn 1, while leaving the mugger at half health, preventing 1 attack and stopping half the gold theft pressure. Intimidate Plus is free, upgraded, and applies 2 turns of AoE weak high-value mitigation for multi-enemy Act 2 fights without bloating later shuffles. Apotheosis upgrades 12 meaningful cards, especially Immolate, Hemokinesis, Inflame, Starters, and Headbutt, far more immediate value than Shuriken. I'll pair it with Shrug It Off Plus and use the remaining gold to remove an unupgraded Defend. With Cursed Key already pressuring future curse management, adding Shame for a random relic is not worth compounding weak draws. I'll leave. Neither enemy attacks on turn 1, so I'm using Flex and Pommel Strike to dig for Apotheosis, while focusing the Cultist before Ritual Scales. Chosen has 32 HP, and this hand cannot block. Fire Potion +2 upgraded strikes kills now, preventing its multi-hit attack and preserving far more HP than the potion is worth. Feel No Pain converts Apotheosis, Intimidate, Impervious, True Grit exhausts, and statuses into recurring block, giving the deck a stronger defensive engine for Automaton and beyond. Apotheosis already upgrades the deck in combat, reducing Smith value. Resting from 52 to 78 is the better conversion before the next hallway stretch. At 78 HP with Apotheosis, Immolate, Intimidate, Impervious, and Fairy. This Act 2 Elite is a favorable risk. A campfire is available immediately after the following chest. Triple Slavers can hit for roughly 34 immediately. I'm prioritizing survival and the exhaust engine. Feel no pain before Apotheosis, then upgraded block and true grit, even if Bash must be exhausted this combat. Pommel found both strength cards. Flex Plus Inflame lets Hemokinesis and Strike finish the front slaver this turn. Removing its attack is worth taking the reduced hits from the remaining pair. I'm bottling Pommel Strike Plus rather than raw damage. Guaranteed draw 2 in every opener improves the odds of finding Apotheosis, Intimidate, or the right defensive answer immediately. Twin Strike strengthens Perfected Strike by name and scales, twice with Inflame Flex. Apotheosis also upgrades it to a strong 1 energy attack. Curse Key would add a curse for this medium chest, and there is no dependable removal before Automaton. The deck already has enough relic support, so I'm skipping it. The empty potion slot is best spent on Flex Potion. 5 temporary strength scales especially well with Twin Strike, Pommel, and a bottle draw opener, and can secure a critical burst turn against Automaton. Snecko only applies Confusion this turn, so I'm front-loading 3 attacks before costs randomize. Intimidate carries 1 weak turn into its first attack. A second Twin Strike further raises Perfected Strike's base damage and gives more multi-hit scaling after Inflame Flex. The Dex 4 energy supports the extra attack density. At 79 HP, healing wastes most of the fire. I'll upgrade Feel No Pain, so the exhaust engine is fully effective even when it appears before Apotheosis. with 79 HP, fairy, full potions, and a final campfire afterward. A second elite is the best way to add power before automaton. Leader summoned 2 sneaky gremlins and is attacking with the full board. This is the fight's danger turn, so Apotheosis plus Impervious and Shrug commits to roughly 46 block and preserves Fairy. Leader is buffing, so the goal is board control. Flex Twin Strike removes 1 sneaky. A strike clears the 3 HP Fat Gremlin, and the remaining strike plus True Grit limits the last attacker. Leader has reached plus 10 strength and nearly ended the run. With no minions, it is likely to summon, so I'm using Shrug's Draw to find burst while keeping enough block if the intent resolves aggressively. The summon turn gives a clean window. Pommel exactly kills the sneaky 2 strikes clear the fat gremlin, and the 4th attack can hit the vulnerable leader before it buffs again. Feed adds a late source of max HP, exhaust block via Feel No Pain, and can consume an automaton orb. Apotheosis upgrades its payoff to +4 max HP. The Elite Win left 31 HP. Resting before automaton is mandatory, and brings us to roughly 57 while keeping Fairy intact. Automaton opens by summoning its orbs, so this is a free damage turn. Bottled Pommel digs for Apotheosis before committing the rest of the 4 energy burst. Bash Plus Flex Twin Strike leaves the first orb at 2 HP, setting up feed next turn for max HP, while Orichalcum limits Automaton's 16 damage. Killing the first orb returned the stolen Apotheosis. Playing it immediately upgrades the deck, then Inflame and Hemokinesis Pressure, the second orb before it can hold another key card. Hyper Beam is 58 and this hand has no block, so Fairy must absorb it. I'm converting the unavoidable revive into maximum value. Flex Potion, Flex Plus, Hemokinesis, and 3 strikes push about 83 damage through Automaton's block first. Automaton's post-Hyper Beam Flail is 20 times 2. At 26 HP, we must block. Shrug first may draw another defense, after which the remaining energy goes to the best safe attack. This is the safe kill setup. Automaton is buffing, so Hemokinesis plus 2 strikes leaves 22 HP. We fall to 3 HP, but should draw enough damage to finish before its next attack. Reaper is the run-saving rare here. With Inflamflex and Apotheosis, it converts multi-enemy fights into substantial healing and solves the deck's biggest remaining weakness. Black Blood is the right stabilizer after surviving Automaton at 3 HP. 4 energy is already sufficient, while plus 12 post-combat healing makes Act 3 far safer, without another curse or hidden intents. Act 3 starts at 71 HP, with Reaper and Black Blood online. I'm checking for a shop to spend 133 gold, save fires, and a reasonable elite route. Flexed Immolate plus Hemokinesis kills the only attacking Darkling and leaves the other 2 near half, setting up a synchronized finish and future Reaper healing. 2 strikes reduce the 26 HP Darkling to 10, letting Feed land the fatal hit for +3 max HP. Defend covers part of the remaining attacker, while the regeneration cycle continues. The Darklings have desynchronized again. Feel No Pain plus Apotheosis establishes the engine. Strike removes the 1 HP attacker, and upgraded Twin Strike pressures the other before it's hit. This is the synchronization window. Perfected Strike kills the 25 HP Darkling, and Twin Strike plus Strike finishes the 22 HP one. With the third already down, all 3 die simultaneously. Time Eater punishes low-impact card count. These options are too small per play, so I'm skipping to preserve draw quality. The shop offers a replacement fairy in a bottle after Automaton consumed the first. That is the highest value purchase for A20 survival. The remaining gold can add Armaments Plus as an early backup when Apotheosis is late. Power Through Plus gives 20 block in one card, exactly the kind of high output per playtime Eater demands. The wounds are manageable with true grit and feel no pain. Armaments Plus upgrades the whole attack heavy hand, then Immolate Plus hits, all 3 for 28. That compresses the setup into 2 high-value time Eater-compatible plays. Headbutt removes the 8 HP Darkling and Perfected Strike removes the attacker, leaving only the 25 HP boofer. That creates the cleanest path to synchronize all 3 deaths. The other 2 Darklings are still down, so flex into Immolate gives the best chance to finish the Link trio now, before a revival cycle restarts. None of these attacks improves the time Eater plan enough to justify another draw. The deck already has stronger damage and block, so I'm keeping it lean. At 58 HP with time Eater ahead and no key objective, the rest site is much more valuable than gambling on an Act 3 elite. I'm taking the free duplicate and copying Impervious Plus. 40 block in one card is exactly the kind of play-efficient defense time eater rewards. The route now forces an elite, so the duplicated Impervious immediately earns its keep. I'll preserve the fairy, unless the fight would otherwise end the run. Reptimancer is dangerous only if the daggers accumulate. Flex plus Perfected Strike deletes one, while Pommel and Twin Strike can clear the other this turn. This is the Elite's burst turns, so feel no pain plus Impervious absorbs it efficiently. Headbutt also sets Perfected Strike on top to resume dagger control next turn. Both daggers are on their heavy strike, and weak prevents his hand from clearing them together. I'm spending the skill potion now to find either block or an efficient multi-target answer, keeping the fairy as the final safety net. With the daggers cleared, this is the safe window to play Apotheosis and accelerate damage. Power Through gives insurance against a hidden attack, while Stalking Wounds for feel no pain and True Grit. Bash into Feed can finish one dagger through Vulnerable, gain maximum HP, and still leave energy for block. That is better than spreading damage and leaving both threats alive. Immolit clears all three daggers in one play, and the second Impervious covers Retomancer's attack. The duplicate is converting a lethal-looking turn into the clean reset. With no block in hand, the safest line is a full damage turn. Inflame offsets weak, and Headbutt puts Perfected Strike on top, so Reptimancer can be ended before another dagger wave. At 27 HP against 3 attacks, Shrug It Off must come first. The extra draw is the best chance to find enough defense without forcing the fairy to absorb a multi-hit sequence. The fairy has done its job. Now Pommel Strike targets the last dagger and digs for the 9 damage needed to finish it, while Power Through and True Grit are ready to stabilize if the draw misses. Immolate removes both daggers again. Spending the remaining energy on Defend plus True Grit keeps enough HP to survive Ratomancer's attack, and preserves Perfected Strike for the finishing turn. Reptimancer is within exact range. Hemokinesis plus Perfected Strike totals 41 through weak, so the elite ends now before another summon cycle. Carnage Plus is worth adding. 28 damage for 1 card play, helps race Time Eater, and Feel No Pain turns an unused ethereal copy into block instead of pure waste. The rightmost chest leads to the most question marks and a guaranteed late shop, letting 373 gold buy targeted help, while minimizing ordinary combats on only 37 HP. Against Transient, damage is defense. The 3 current attacks cut its 30 damage swing to 8, which Anchor already covers, so I can save Impervious for a later, larger turn. Feel No Pain plus Reaper converts its exhaust into block and healing, while True Grit removes the unused strike. This sustains the run through Transient's escalating turns rather than chasing raw damage. This is a razor-thin turn. Bash First makes both strikes deal 9 through vulnerable, reducing the 50 damage swing to 22. Ascender's Bane then exhausts for 4 block, leaving 2 HP. I'll inspect the current game, abandon only if an unfinished test run is open, then pilot one Ironclad A20 run to its terminal result. I'm checking the Act layout before Nias Blessing. The Rare Relic option is strongest if the path still supports early upgrades and a manageable elite schedule. Unceasing Top is a low roll but can reward cheap cards later. I'm taking the left path for an early campfire, before the first elite and preserving the option to fight a second elite. Clothesline is the best immediate elite card here. Efficient damage plus weak helps stabilize Lagavulin, Sentries, and Guardian despite its 2 energy cost. Dead Branch is a major pivot signal. I'll prioritize exhaust generators, especially Corruption, True Grit, Burning Pact, and Fiend Fire, while still taking enough front-loaded damage for Act 1. Power Through gives the deck premium 1 energy block now, and creates future exhaust fuel for Dead Branch. I'm taking it over the excellent but less synergistic Battle Trance. 2 upgrades are worth 20 HP because the next 2 nodes are only a hallway fight and a guaranteed campfire. Burning Blood plus the rest should recover enough for the elite. Fire breathing turns power throws wounds and the sentries dazed into damage, giving this thin deck a strong answer to both the first elite and Guardian's multi-hit phases. At 48 HP, resting is the disciplined choice before an unknown A20 elite. The deck has enough upgraded damage, and preserving the Cultist Potion for the elite is worth more than another smith. True Grit is exactly the missing bridge. It converts power throws wounds into dead branch cards while adding block, and upgrading it will make the exhaust targeted. Against Nob, I'm using the Cultist Potion and setting up Fire Breathing, while Clothesline applies 3 turns of weak. The wounds from Power Through can then become burst damage without sacrificing survival. Dark Embrace completes the exhaust engine. Every exhausted wound or status will now draw, while Dead Branch replaces it. So upgrading this 2-cost power becomes a top priority. The second elite cannot be Nob, and both Sentries and Lagavulin are favorable for Fire Breathing plus exhaust. I'm taking the chest line that preserves that high-value fight with a rest immediately after. Lagavulin gives 3 setup turns, so I'll heal with the Blood Potion and wait for Fire Breathing and Dark Embrace instead of waking it with mediocre attacks. Dark Embrace costs tempo here, but with Fire Breathing already active, it unlocks the deck's real scaling. Horn Cleat and the upcoming Rest let me absorb one Lagavulin hit to establish it. At 16 HP, I need the Exhaust Engine, not a race to 1 HP. True Grit can block, trigger Dead Branch, and let Dark Embrace draw into a wound that would finish Lagavulin through Fire Breathing. A second Fire Breathing doubles the payoff from every wound and dazed, making the status package a real damage engine. The immediate campfire will repair the elite's heavy HP cost. With 202 gold and a defined Dead Branch engine, the shop is more valuable than a random event. I'm looking for corruption, exhaust pieces, or a crucial card removal. I'm buying Flame Barrier and Warcry. One patches the deck's biggest block gap, while the zero-cost Exhaust card turns on both Dead Branch and Dark Embrace. A speed potion will cover a dangerous Elite or Guardian turn. Sentries is the ideal matchup for double fire breathing. I'll use Warcry immediately for a free dead branch card, then prioritize deploying the powers, while Horncleat absorbs turn 2. The outer pair is attacking for 20, but Dark Embrace is the long-term win condition. I'm spending the colorless potion to find zero-cost tempo, before deciding whether I can safely deploy it. Carnage adds real front-loaded damage for Guardian, and if energy is spent on powers instead, Ethereal turns it into another dead branch and Dark Embrace trigger. At 46 HP with power through, Flame Barrier, Horncleat, and a speed potion. I can afford to smith. Reducing Dark Embrace to 1 energy is the highest impact upgrade for the boss and the rest of the run. Guardian's multi-hit is amplified by Vulnerable, so this is the speed potion turn. 3 1-energy block cards should cover it while True Grit advances the dead branch engine. Guardian is threatening lethal, and my hand has no block, so I'm checking the exact intent end mode shift counter, before choosing between forcing defensive form and maximizing weak. At 4 HP, the next attack is lethal through ordinary block. I'm checking whether Guardian's remaining mode shift can be broken this turn, which is the only safe line. Breaking the 13-point mode shift canceled the lethal 27 damage. Power Through then seeded enough wounds for double fire breathing to finish Guardian during the exhaust draw chain. Mark of Pain is the cleanest boss relic. 4 energy fixes setup turns, while its 2 wounds are upside with double fire breathing, and can later be exhausted through True Grit 4 dead branch value. I'm taking the far left route. It gives 3 events and a guaranteed campfire before the first elite, with another elite available immediately after that rest. Chosen's Hex becomes fuel here. Deploying both Fire Breathings adds Dazed, Reckless Charge adds another, and True Grit can exhaust into more draws, while still covering part of the attack. Pummel is unusually strong with the boot. Each small hit is raised to 5 damage, and its exhaust immediately feeds Dark Embrace and Dead Branch. Pummel's 4 hits can strip a bird's flight and cancel its attack. I'll kill the weakened third bird and apply Clothesline's weak to the remaining attacker. Havoc is another exhaust multiplier. It exhausts itself and the card it plays, producing 2 Dead Branch triggers and 2 Dark Embrace draws once the engine is active. The Cursed Tome relics are worth the HP because a campfire is guaranteed in 3 nodes. Necronomicon is especially strong with Carnage, Clothesline, and Impervious-style high-cost cards. Simplicity upgrades 8 basics at once, massively improving both front-loaded damage and block. That value far exceeds a single removal in this still large deck. Warp Tongs is worth carrying pain temporarily. Free upgrades every turn scale a long A20 run, and True Grit can exhaust the curse when it appears. I'll target a later shop removal. Enchiridion rolled a free demon form. I'll lock in scaling, establish Dark Embrace, and use Warcry Plus to start the exhaust chain before spending the remaining energy. Karen's Ashes is a premium hit. Every Warcry, Havoc, Pummel, Impervious, Status, and Dead Branch Exhaust now adds 3 AoE damage on top of the Draw and Replace engine. Sentinel Plus adds efficient block and becomes an energy battery when Havoc or True Grit exhausts it. Exactly the kind of card this Dead Branch engine can exploit. Free Barricade lets every excess block matter. I'll use both upgraded Defense to blunt the opening 21 damage and Focus Mystic before her heals can prolong the fight. Second Wind Plus is the finisher here. It can exhaust Wound, Sentinel, True Grit, and Impervious at once, building block, dealing Karen's Ashes damage, and triggering a full Dead Branch Dark Embrace refill. Armaments Plus upgrades an entire bag of preparation hand at once, improving generated Dead Branch cards as well as the base deck. It's the clear value pick. At 23 HP, I'm taking the right chest because it opens a campfire immediately afterward. The left branch would force either another Elite or a shop without healing. With no incoming damage, I'll accept a few pain ticks to set metallicize and fire breathing. Then use Havoc for paired exhaust triggers before Chosen applies Hex. Inflame gives reliable scaling without relying on Enchiridion rolls. It sharply improves pummel, and I'll generated multi-hit attacks for only 1 energy. At 43 HP, with another final campfire guaranteed, I'm using this rest site to smith True Grit. Targeted exhaust is crucial for removing pain and wounds on demand. I'm top decking Ascender's Bane so Havoc can consume it after Dark Embrace is online, yielding 2 exhaust triggers, 6 ashes damage, and a refill while power through covers the hit. Blood Potion is worth more than 4 plated armor, because it can turn the final campfire into a smith. I'm replacing Essence of Steel and keeping Flex Potion for Pummel Burst. Offering is the strongest engine card available. 2 energy, 3 draws, and an exhaust trigger can start Dead Branch, turns immediately. Blood Potion and Burning Blood offset its HP cost. Snecko opens with confusion rather than damage. Free Dark Embrace Plus offering can establish the engine before costs randomize, so I'm front-loading that setup now. Power Potion has higher upside for Collector than Flex Potion, Corruption, Barricade, or another scaling power can decide the fight. So I'm replacing Flex and keeping the Blood Heal. A second zero-cost Warcry is welcome redundancy. It starts Exhaust Chains for free and improves the odds of finding Dark Embrace or Fire Breathing early. I'm trying to use Blood Potion before the final camp so 48 HP can support a Smith. If the game disallows map use, I'll rest instead. Collector starts by summoning, so this is the Power Potion window. I'm looking for Corruption first, then Barricade, Feel No Pain, or Demon Form. Corruption is the run's central payoff. With Evolve and Fire Breathing active, every skill becomes free exhaust fuel for Dead Branch and Karen's Ashes. Dark Embrace will make the chain self-sustaining when drawn. Collector is already at 119. Horncleat covers the torch heads, while Corruption makes Impervious, Sentinel, and Havoc free. Each exhaust now grants block, deals AoE, and replaces itself. Collector is at 67. Dark Embrace plus free power through should restart the draw chain, and Flame raises both strikes enough that one status draw can end the fight. Corruption converted the first turn into a decisive engine chain. Collector fell on turn 3, with 137 block accumulated and pain permanently exhausted for the fight. A second offering improves the chance of explosive setup before enemies act. Its HP cost is acceptable because the deck now ends boss fights very quickly once Dark Embrace or Corruption appears. Black Blood is the safest Act 3 relic. The deck already has enough power, and healing 12 after every fight supports repeated offering use and offsets pain, far better than 2 removals alone. The left start reaches a shop immediately, letting 299 gold remove pain before the deck's exhaust engines start scaling through Act 3. With all 3 Darklings buffing, I'll spend the free turn establishing Evolve and Fire Breathing. Then use Offering to turn statuses into draw and area damage. Shrug It Off adds efficient block and draw, and becomes premium fuel if the shop supplies corruption. The other rewards do not improve the engine. No permanent corruption appears, so I'll remove Pain, buy Anchor for reliable setup turns, and replace the weak potion with a power potion as a high upside boss tool. Falling can trim a redundant strike plus, while preserving both fire-breathing status damage and Warkree's free exhaust draw trigger. Anchor absorbs almost the whole hit, so I'll spend turn 1 on Dark Embrace, both in Flames and Bash. Carnage can exhaust naturally to trigger the Relic engine. I'll skip these. The deck already has Status Fuel, and another situational setup card would worsen consistency against Time Eater. At full HP with Anchor and strong area exhaust scaling, the double Orb Walker fight is worth taking for a rare relic. The next branch offers a campfire if it gets costly. Bird-faced urn turns every power into sustain, so a second in flame now gives both healing and the strength scaling needed to finish Time Eater after its midpoint cleanse. The right branch trades an immediate elite for 2 upgrades, a later shop, and still 1 elite. At full HP, that preparation is more valuable than forcing another risky relic fight now. The next campfire makes 10 HP affordable, and seeing 3 colorless options gives the best chance at compact draw or exhaust support, without committing to a bad card. Purity is exactly the missing control piece. It can clear statuses or weak cards for multiple Karen's Ashes, Dead Branch, and Dark Embrace triggers at 0 energy. Finesse is the clean final pick. 0 cost block and draw improve setup without requiring a special hand condition, unlike Impatience. I'll smith rather than heal. 58 HP plus Black Blood, and the urn is comfortable, while Fire Breathing Plus raises every status trigger from 6 to 10 damage. A second Dark Embrace is worth the exact 83 gold. It sharply improves the odds of finding the engine early, and stacked copies turn each exhaust into 2 draws when a boss fight demands a burst. With 68 HP, 2 premium potions, and the added Dark Embrace, I'll take the elite now. The relic payoff is worth the risk, and the route still has recovery before the bosses. Nemesis is only swinging 7 times 3, so blind plus anchor and 1 defend lets me safely accept Berserk's vulnerability, gain future energy, and spend the rest on strength and damage. Nemesis is intangible and attacking for 33, so damage is wasted. I'll use Offering to dig for Flame Barrier, Power Through, or another large block source before committing the turn. Champion Belt makes Thunderclap plus a 1 energy area hit that also applies to Vulnerable and 1 weak, giving this deck a reliable way to amplify attacks and soften bosses. In Kyridian Supplied Corruption again, I'll pair it with Dark Embrace before spending the free Exhausting Block skills, then control Writhing Mass's Final Intent with attacks. Strong debuff is the Parasite Curse intent, so I must not end here. Free corruption skills will cycle the hand until an attack appears to reroll it. The Maw is only debuffing, so this turn is pure setup. Evolve Plus, Fire Breathing Plus, and upgraded Inflame establish status draw, damage, strength, and earn healing before its attack scale. Feel No Pain Plus completes the core engine, every Warcry, offering Purity Target, Impervious, and Branch Exhaust, now also produces 4 block. This is an immediate pick. Corruption appears again. I'll use it while spending 4 energy on Fire Breathing, Inflame, and a Pummel Plus strike line that removes the Exploder before its countdown matters. Liquid Memories is stronger than the Fire Potion for the Double Boss Gauntlet, a can recur offering, Impervious, or a key power at 0 cost, while the deck already has ample finishing damage. Seeing Red Plus is free energy and a guaranteed exhaust trigger, so it accelerates both the setup turn and the Dead Branch engine without needing corruption. At full HP, the final campfire upgrades the second Dark Embrace to 1 energy, making either copy cheap enough to establish before offering chains in both boss fights. Time Eater punishes small card chains, so I'll prioritize Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain, and Strength, ending turns deliberately near the 12-card limit. The potions are reserved for a missing engine piece or emergency block. The opener already contains Feel No Pain, Dark Embrace, Power Through, and Seeing Red, so no potion is needed. I can establish the full exhaust engine while building enough block for the debuff hit. The time warp counter is at 8, so I'll spend the 4 remaining plays on second, Dark Embrace, Fire Breathing Plus, Power Through, and Pummel, maximum setup and exhaust value before the forced turn end. Only 3-time warp slots remain and the hand has no block, so liquid memories will recur impervious at 0 cost. Blind, impervious, and 1 scaling play make a safe forced end turn. Time Eater is at 304 and not attacking. Thunderclap into clothesline, and strike should push it well below 240, minimizing the midpoint heal before the final damage race. The midpoint cleanse occurred before status draws, so Fire Breathing immediately cut Time Eater to 183. With 4-time warp slots left, I'll exhaust slime cards first to gain block and expose high damage branch options. Time Eater has completed its 1-time heal to 240. Now the win condition is straightforward. Use True Grit on wounds for 16 block plus exhaust triggers, then spend the full counter on strength scaled attacks. Time Eater has 81 HP, but only 2 time warp slots remain. I'm checking the exact attack and draw order before choosing between a defensive forced end and a Havoc line that might finish it. The exact attack is 38, so Havoc is safe. Whether it hits Shrug or Wild Strike, the exhausted top card grants 7 feel no pain block, leaving enough HP while advancing the kill. Time Eater falls at 29 HP after Black Blood. Unceasing Top drew a status into Fire Breathing for the final 16. The Power Potion remains for the second boss, where Corruption or Defensive Scaling can decide the run. I'll verify the current game session, abandon only if it is a different unfinished run, then pilot one Ironclad A20 run to its terminal result. Niao offers no low-cost gold or removal. I'll inspect the Act 1 routes and boss before choosing between the safer card HP, starts, and the high-variance relic options. All 3 Niao cards are liabilities in the starter deck, especially clash with Ascender's Bane, so I'm preserving deck quality and skipping. I'm taking the far left route. 3 early fights feed card rewards, a campfire precedes the first elite, and the lane can pivot through multiple rests, while still offering strong elite density. Twin Strike is the needed early damage pickup for upcoming elites and Hexaghost. Shrug is excellent later, but damage now protects more HP than a defensive cantrip. Evolve directly answers sentries and Hexaghost status pressure and opens strong wild strike power through lines, so it has much higher ceiling than the weak damage options. Wild Strike supplies premium 1 energy damage, and Evolve turns its wounds from a drawback into future draw. This is the cleanest synergy and best elite preparation. Combust gives reliable multi-enemy damage for sentries and accelerates Hexaghost. while burning blood offsets its HP tax. It is worth adding despite the power setup cost. At 65 HP, with an immediate campfire and a potion for the elite, one scrap ooze attempt is a favorable relic gamble. I'll reassess if the cost escalates. A second reach costs only 6 HP for 35%. 54 HP still preserves the option to upgrade before the elite, so I'm pressing once more and will stop if it misses. "54 HP plus 2 potions is enough for the first elite. I'm smithing Combust because its plus 2 area damage sharply improves sentries and remains a core Hexaghost upgrade. The deck now has enough front-loaded damage, AoE, and potion support. I'm taking the elite to convert this power spike into a relic, rather than teetering into a hallway fight. Gremlin Knob is a pure damage race. I'm spending Duplication Potion on Wild Strike now for 36 opening damage, accepting extra wounds to shorten the fight before vulnerable attacks snowball. I'm cashing Swift Potion before Knob's first hit. Drawing one playable attack can remove an entire future attack, while Defend would enrage Knob and worsen every later turn. Berserk is unsafe at 27 HP without an upgrade, and neither dual wield now Rampage fixes immediate survival. Question card lets us stay selective, so I'm skipping. At 27 HP with another elite after the chest, resting is mandatory. The upgrade value cannot outweigh roughly 23 recovered HP. I'm choosing the left chest lane into second elite. Knob cannot repeat and Combust Evolve are purpose-built for sentries, while 49 HP is adequate for Lagavulin. Lagavulin is asleep, and this hand has no setup powers, so I'll preserve the 3-turn setup window and cycle for Evolve, Combust Plus, and Bash before waking it. This is the final sleep turn. I'm using the colorless potion to strengthen a Combust ++ bash wake up, aiming to start the damage cycle with vulnerable already applied. Shockwave supplies 3 turns of weak and vulnerable in 1 draw, immediately improving survival and damage against Hexaghost. It is stronger now than speculative exhaust scaling. With only 25 HP and a hallway plus elite still ahead, 11 HP is worth far more than 141 net gold. I'm abandoning the coins to preserve the run. At 25 HP, Combust ++2 defends minimizes immediate loss, while setting 21 area damage. Self-forming clay will then convert the separate hits and Combust tick into substantial next turn block. Headbutt upgrades a strike slot's roll, while recurring Wild Strike or Bash. That flexibility is valuable for the Force Sentry's fight and for maintaining damage through Hexaghost status draws. I'll inspect the current game first, abandon only if an unfinished run is open, then commit to one Ironclad A20 attempt. Nia's Lament is only worth more than permanent life if it can reach an elite. I'm checking the opening paths before choosing. I'm taking the right path. For early fights, give enough card rewards and gold to prepare for a shop. Elite camp sequence with a fire immediately after the elite. Clothesline is the clean early pickup. Real damage plus weak immediately lowers hallway and elite chip, and it stays useful into Guardian. Cleave adds cheap front-loaded AoE for the upcoming hard hallways and sentries. This deck needs breadth of damage more than another 2-cost attack. Whirlwind is premium scaling front load here. It covers multi-enemy fights now, benefits heavily from strength later, and is an excellent upgrade target. Inflame turns Whirlwind into a genuine elite and boss plan, while improving every ordinary attack. This is the scaling piece the deck wanted. Chemical X is the high-impact buy. It makes Whirlwind hit 2 extra times, including for 0 energy, and Inflame amplifies every added hit. That's far stronger than any small card package here. The Elite is mandatory, but Chemical X plus the Forge Potion gives a strong burst window. I'll spend the potion if it materially accelerates the kill. This is the Forge window. Inflame Plus into Whirlwind Plus with Chemical X deals for 11 damage waves, deleting both outer sentries and leaving the attacker at 1 HP. Shrug It Off is efficient defense and draw, helping us reach Inflame and Whirlwind faster without bloating the deck with a narrow package. At 43 HP, with only 1 fight before chest, shop, camp stretch, I'm smithing Whirlwind. Plus 3 damage across every Chemical X hit is the largest immediate power gain. Hemokinesis supplies the cheap single-target damage this whirlwind deck lacks, and Burning Blood plus self-forming clay partially offsets its HP cost. Three fights and a late elite sit between us and the boss, at 37 HP. Resting is the correct conversion of this fire into enough runway to exploit our strong damage engine. Metallicize adds persistent defense for Guardian and longer elites without diluting our damage turns. The other attacks are redundant or add harmful status cards. Thunderclap is a compact burst enabler. 1 energy of vulnerable, followed by a 4-hit chemical X. Whirlwind outdamages a 5-hit raw whirlwind and improves every other attack that turn. At 65 HP with Flex and Skill Potions, this late elite is favorable. The Whirlwind engine can race Knob, punish sentries, and burst Lagavulin after setup. The Flex Potion converts Whirlwind into 95 vulnerable damage across 5 chemical X hits, enough to kill Nob before it attacks. Headbutt lets us recur Whirlwind on demand after the first burst, giving the deck a reliable second damage cycle instead of depending on a full reshuffle. With 71 HP, another rest is wasteful. Inflame Plus adds damage to every chemical X hit and every follow-up attack, the best boss-facing upgrade. Guardian rewards controlled burst. I'll deploy powers early, use vulnerable Whirlwind to force defensive mode efficiently, then avoid multi-hit attacks into sharp hide unless they end the fight. A Full Energy Chemical X Whirlwind deals exactly 40, immediately breaking mode Shift N, canceling Guardian's dangerous opening cycle before it can reach the heavy attack. Whirlwind is back before the heavy swing. 511 damage hits clear the remaining mode Shift threshold and cancel Guardian's attack cycle again. Stone Calendar has dropped Guardian to 77. A full Whirlwind now forces its final defensive mode and cancels the 20 damage swing, setting up a safe finish. Demon form is ideal for the second boss. Hexaghost's opening setup turn gives us a safe 3 energy window. Then scaling strength makes every chemical X hit increasingly lethal. Sozu is the clear relic. The 4th energy adds an entire whirlwind, hit every cycle, and smooths power plus attack turns. Losing future potions is acceptable with 1 emergency skill potion already held. Act 2 starts at 71 HP with 181 gold. I'm checking for a route that caches the shop without forcing an early elite before the 4 energy deck stabilizes. The middle path gives 1 fight, an event, 2 more fights, then a 181 gold shop, and a camp before the first elite, the best balance of upgrades, safety, and buying power. Pommel Strike adds cheap draw to reach Whirlwind and power sooner. The deck already has enough raw multi-hit damage, so consistency is the better gain. I'll take the deterministic 50 gold for 8 HP. A shop is close, a camp follows it, and the deck's 4 energy burst can comfortably absorb this controlled loss. Flame Barrier patches the deck's weakest axis, efficient defense, and is especially valuable against Act 2's multi-hit enemies and automatons minions. None of these advances the core plan. Keeping the deck lean improves the odds of drawing Whirlwind, Inflame, and the defensive tools on time. With 280 gold, I'm taking the guaranteed shop. A strong relic, draw card, or strike removal can materially improve both elite and automaton matchups. Impervious is the key purchase, 30 block answers Hyper Beam and Elite Spikes. The discounted True Grit adds targeted exhaust once upgraded and activates Karen's Ashes. Then I'll remove a basic strike. At 64 HP, I'm smithing True Grit, so exhaust becomes targeted. It can now remove curses, statuses, or dead basics while producing block and Karen's Ashes damage. I'm using the unexpected rest path to upgrade Demon Form. Dropping it to 2 energy lets us scale, while still blocking or attacking on the setup turn. I'm taking the event over a hard hallway. Both branches can reach the same camp, and preserving HP is more valuable than a low-impact reward roll. Mutagenic Strength is perfect front load. Plus 3 strength on turn 1 adds 18 damage to a 6-hit Whirlwind, with no deck dilution or HP cost. I'm upgrading Impervious to 40 block. It becomes a near-complete answer to Automaton's Hyper Beam and a reliable bailout against Act 2 elites. I'm fighting for Red Mask. Permanent turn 1 weak is excellent protection, and our Chemical X Whirlwind is purpose-built for this 3 enemy encounter with a camp immediately after. Rage is a useful zero-cost bridge between offense and defense. On Thunderclap attack, Whirlwind turns it creates block without reducing Whirlwind's energy. At 70 HP, I'm upgrading Rage to 5 block per attack. It turns our attack-heavy burst turns into meaningful defense without spending energy needed by Whirlwind. Sword Boomerang converts in Flame and Demon form into efficient 1 energy single target damage, complementing Whirlwind's AoE without needing a block combo. I'm upgrading Flame Barrier to 16 block. Automaton's attack turns are the main risk, and the added block plus retaliation helps manage its bronze orbs. Against Automaton, I'll prioritize killing the orbs before they steal key cards, establish demon form, and hold Impervious Plus for Hyper Beam, unless an earlier emergency demands it. I'm preserving Impervious Plus for Hyper Beam. True Grit can block now, exhaust a weak strike for Charon damage, and let Hemokinesis pressure an orb without sacrificing the boss answer. Automaton is hitting for 24, while Impervious is unavailable. This is the emergency window for the held skill potion, preserving HP, and the Hyper Beam answer. Hyper Beam is 58 plus the orb's 8. The only surviving line is Rage, Weak the Orb, Defend, and True Grit for 19 block, preserving enough HP to rebuild after the blast. Stone Calendar triggers this turn for 52 AoE, so it will kill the orb and heavily damage Automaton. I'm adding Hemo, Strike While Clay, and 1 Defend cover the weakened orb. We missed Impervious on the post-Hyper Beam redraw, and Automaton now has 40 incoming against 20 HP. There is no blocking line in hand. So I'm maximizing damage and setting Impervious on top in case any interaction leaves us alive. I'm checking the current game state first so I can abandon only an unrelated unfinished run, then commit to exactly 1 Silent Ascension 0 attempt. I'm taking Nia's 1 HP blessing only if the opening map can convert it into an elite. Otherwise, the permanent plus 7 max HP is the safer win rate choice. I'm taking the left lane. 2 early card rewards, a campfire, then an elite, with flexible branches afterward and no forced low gold shop. I'll first inspect the live game, abandon only if a different unfinished run is active, then commit to one Silent Ascension 0 attempt through its results screen. Max HP is the durable choice. Without seeing an elite-friendly route yet, I won't spend the blessing on 3 trivial fights. The X equals 3 route offers early events plus a campfire before the first optional elite, giving the best balance of card growth, safety, and flexibility. Dagger Throw adds efficient front-loaded damage while cycling the starter deck, a stronger all-purpose first pickup than committing to pure AoE. With 75 HP and a planned campfire ahead, the relic upside justifies probing the ooze. I'll reassess if the health tax escalates without a hit. At 115 gold, the early shop is unlikely to deliver premium value. Another event preserves resources and still lets me root through one fight into the campfire. 2 upgrades are worth 15 HP here because only one forced hallway fight separates this event from a campfire, and Lantern improves that fight's opening turn. Removing an unupgraded strike improves every draw immediately and is more reliable than a random transform or a third early upgrade. Die is premium one-cost front-loaded AoE and exhausts after doing its job. Exactly what this thin early deck wants. At 48 HP, resting converts the earlier upgrade gamble into a safe, elite-capable route. Another smith is unnecessary, with 3 upgraded quality attacks already online. Poison Stab supplies the first scaling damage for Lagavulin and Hexaghost, while remaining an acceptable hallway attack. 70 HP, Lantern, Die, and added Poison make this the right moment to convert Strength into an elite relic. Glass Knife turns Lantern's opening energy, and Ninja Scrolls burst into elite and boss-killing tempo. Its decay is irrelevant in most A0 fights. This elite is forced, but the deck's opening burst is now much stronger. 3 free shivs plus Glass Knife, and Lantern should minimize exposure. Lagavulin is asleep, but this opening hand contains 47 damage before block. Spending the free shivs and premium attacks now is better than cycling away the burst. A second Poison Stab gives Hexaghost enough poison density to scale, while keeping the deck's attack heavy tempo intact. A guaranteed pre-boss campfire remains, so I'll use this one to upgrade Glass Knife. The extra opening damage compounds with Flex Potion and Ninja Scroll. Whetstone plus a strike removal spends 222 gold on 3 permanent deck improvements. That is broader value than Horncleat alone for the remaining 2 acts. Backflip adds the first real draw plus block card, improving consistency without diluting the deck's defensive turns. Footwork fixes the deck's main weakness, late fight defense, and scales Backflip, Survivor, and every defend for the remaining X. Resting still nets health against Hexaghost's HP scale divider, and the larger buffer matters more than another upgrade in the burn cycle. Hexago's setup turn as the best flex potion window. 3 free shivs plus glass knives double hit multiply the temporary strength into an enormous opening burst. Divider is the dangerous turn. I'll cash the power potion now, looking for immediate mitigation or scaling before committing energy to block. After Image converts every free shiv and cheap attack into block, directly reinforcing the deck's burst turns and long fight defense. Ectoplasm's fourth energy lets this one cost-heavy deck deploy powers and attacks together. With 150 gold already banked, losing future gold is preferable to Choker's 6-card cap or Serpent's modest draw. Since Ectoplasm freezes gold at 150, I'll root right through the early shop and then use the decks for energy burst to handle the 2 relic-rich elites around a campfire. Terra Plus is a zero-cost permanent vulnerable source. multiplying the deck's many attacks and 3 opening shivs without adding energy pressure. With no future gold income, Fairy in a bottle plus an energy potion spends the full 150 on run-saving insurance and a decisive burst turn, higher campaign win value than a nearly redundant full heal. Ectoplasm makes the gold 4 HP option worthless, and a bad face could sabotage every opening, with the run already strong leaving preserved certainty. Masterful Stab adds 12 free opening damage and another after image trigger. The deck usually ends fights before its cost penalty matters. The first elite is forced, but 75 HP, fairy insurance, and strong opening damage make this a favorable relic conversion before the campfire. Terror has opened a lethal line. Masterful Stab, Glass Knife, Strike Plus, and Poison Stab total enough vulnerable damage to kill the leader before its 36 damage swing. Calculated Gamble gives a zero-cost full-hand reset after the opening shivs, improving access to terror, powers, and lethal attacks without slowing the deck. At 75 HP, I'll Smith after Image, making it innate guarantees opening block from the 3 shivs and immediately triggers Mummified Hand. Triple Slavers demands a turn 1 kill. After Image plus Mummified Hand lets me focus every opening attack on the right Slaver, while Die softens the other 2. Deadly Poison Plus adds efficient scaling that stays strong through armored bosses and reduces dependence on playing many attacks against a possible Time Eater. Tools of the Trade is efficient here. Mummified Hand refunds its tempo, while the extra draw discard improves poison and defense sequencing every turn. With 2 event floors and another campfire before the boss, I'll upgrade footwork for permanent defensive scaling across Acts 2 and 3. A free removal cleanly deletes the last unupgraded strike, improving draws without sacrificing any scaling or defense. Reagan Potion can restore the missing 12 HP during automaton setup turns, so I'll Smith calculate a gamble for reusable cycling into defense and poison instead of resting. Automaton's opening setup is the ideal Reagan Potion window. I'll start healing now, establish after image, and pressure the boss before its orbs and hyper beam come online. Hyper Beam is next. I'll discard excess damage and spend the turn cycling into 4 upgraded by Footwork block cards, using Energy Potion only if the draw still leaves a dangerous gap. Alchemize turns 2 empty potion slots into repeatable combat value through Act 3, while the deck already has sufficient block scaling and powers. Wristblade has the cleanest synergy. 3 opening shivs, neutralize, masterful stabs, and mummified hands-free attacks all gain damage with no drawback. The left path offers events, 2 campfires, and no forced elites before the chest. Best for converting this already complete deck into a safe Act 3 boss attempt. Duplication Potion is much safer and stronger than Snecko Oil here, doubling Glass Knife, Deadly Poison, or Key Power without randomizing the hand. A fear potion converts this into a synchronized darkling kill before the first one can revive. Terror remains available for the boss, so spending it here removes unnecessary risk. Transient rewards damage as defense. I'll spend Explosive Potion now. Refill the slot with Alchemize and use Wrist Blade's free attacks to erase its turn 1 damage. Turn 4's hit is too large to absorb passively. Tools of the trade can trigger Mummified Hand, then Calculated Gamble can convert any weak leftovers into more damage or block. The final transient turn is a damage race, and the attack-heavy draw can suppress the full hit. I'll prioritize Glass Knife plus attacks. Then use the zero-cost redraw for any extra defense. The deck already handles multi-enemy rooms. A second Deadly Poison Plus gives the Act 3 boss the reliable scaling that front-loaded attacks alone may lack. At full health, the unknown node is still preferable to an extra hallway fight because ectoplasm makes combat gold worthless, and the route continues toward a campfire. Full health, fairy insurance, and an upcoming rest make the sphere fight an acceptable risk. The rare relic can materially improve the Awakened 1 matchup. Blessing of the Forge converts this unusually large opening hand into a near one-turn kill, frees Alchemize to replace the potion, and prevents the debuffing Orbwalker from adding burns. Stone Calendar is slow but free boss damage and fruit juice is a permanent upgrade. I'll trade the replaceable flex potion for 5 maximum HP. With 0 gold under ectoplasm, the merchant offers no purchases but safely reaches the same campfire, so it is strictly better than another enemy. For missing HP is not worth resting. Upgrading Alchemize to 0 cost improves every remaining fight and can refill the open potion slot without consuming energy. The weak potion best complements Fairy and Duplication. It directly blunts Awaken One's multi-hit turns, while the Dex for energy and 0-cost attacks make energy less necessary. Bottling Terror Plus guarantees that every remaining combat starts with permanent vulnerable, multiplying the 3 shivs, Backstab Plus, and both masterful stabs from turn 1. The attacking repulsor is the immediate threat. Bottle Terror lets backstab and 1 shiv remove it, while the remaining free cards build enough block for the rest. A second Terra Plus is unusually valuable against Awakened One because its rebirth clears the first phase's vulnerable. The spare copy can restore burst damage in Phase 2. With health nearly full, Neutralize Plus is the best preparation. 2 weak turns cover more of Awakened One's heavy attack cycle, without feeding its power-triggered strength. I'll eliminate the attacking repulsor with Terror and Backstab, avoid wasting early hits into Spiker Thorns, and use Poison to handle them more safely. Damage is already abundant. Dodge and Roll Plus adds efficient 2-turn block that scales with footwork and helps bridge Awakened One's alternating attack patterns. I'm Awake would disable both Future Healing and Fairy Revival, preserving that insurance is worth more than mass upgrades, so I'll take the manageable Act 1 boss fight for a rare relic. Guardian's large attack can be neutralized by stacking 4 weak and reaching mode shift with the poison tick. Tools and backflip also give Mummified Hand a chance to fund extra block. A second Deflect Plus gives reliable zero-cost block for the boss's multi-hit turns and scales immediately with footwork. That consistency is better than Escape Plan's conditional block. Six missing HP is covered by Fairy Insurance, and 1 strength improves every shiv, backstab, glass knife hit, and zero-cost attack. I'll lift for the highest boss-wide payoff. For Awaken 1, I'll bottle Vulnerable onto the boss, remove both cultists quickly, limit powers to After Image and Footwork, unless Draji demands otherwise, and save Weak, Duplication, and Fairy for the dangerous attack cycles. Since the cultists are buffing, I'll spend Weak Potion on the boss to cover its opening cycle, refill the slot with Alchemize, and use the second Terror later after killing 1 cultist now. Footwork is worth 1 more strength trigger, because 3 dexterity scales the whole fight. Die, Die, Die removes the last cultist, and Neutralize extends Weak through the boss's multi-hit turn. The generated Dexterity Potion is ideal here. It turns this defensive hand into a full block against the weakened heavy hit N, improves every block card for both phases without increasing boss strength. I'll preserve the second Terror for the Reborn phase, duplicate Deadly Poison now for Phase 1 scaling, and extend Weak with Sucker Punch, while Free Block covers this turn. Stone Calendar fires at this turn's end, so 1 defend is enough under Weak. The remaining energy goes into poison and attacks to leave Phase 1 nearly finished after the 52 damage burst. Phase 2 opens for 42 damage, so survival takes priority. Terror establishes permanent vulnerable, deflect plus calculated gamble should find another block card, and I'll accept a controlled hit rather than burn fairy. Curiosity is gone after Rebirth, so Tools of the Trade is now safe to play. It improves access to poison and block, while Neutralize plus Sucker Punch cuts the 20 damage void attack. Tools can discard the newly added Void before it clogs the turn. Deadly Poison plus Poison Stab outvalue a second strike, while Defend plus limits the boss's return hit. The boss is within 2 poison ticks. I'll use Dagger Throw and Poison Stab for damage. Then Dodge and Roll plus, Defend plus to secure this Void attack, and carry block into the finishing turn. The boss has 47 HP and enough poison to finish after 3 vulnerable attacks. Sucker Punch also supplies Insurance Week, so this is the closing turn. No unfinished run is open, so I'm starting the requested Defect Ascension 0 campaign. I'm taking Nia's 3-1 HP fights to convert the opening floors into safe card rewards and preserve health for an aggressive Act 1 route. Beam Cell is the best early pickup here. Zero-cost damage support improves Elite burst immediately without committing the deck to an orb package too soon. Streamline gives the deck the efficient front-loaded damage it needs for the coming Elite. Beam Cell makes that 2 energy hit even more valuable. Cold Snap adds both damage and repeatable frost, giving this a deck-heavy opening a defensive engine that can scale into Hexaghost and later bosses. Reinforced Body is premium flexible defense, and a Focus Potion can stabilize the first Elite or boss. Together they improve survival more than a marginal card removal here. A free strike removal tightens every draw around Streamline, Cold Snap, and Reinforced Body, so I'm taking it immediately. I'm upgrading Reinforced Body. 9 block per energy is a major defensive breakpoint and stays relevant through all 3 acts. Gremlin Knob punishes defensive skills, so I'm spending the attack potion for tempo and using this free setup turn to front load damage before the big swings begin. The Focus Potion turns Zap plus Cold Snap into an exact end of turn kill, preventing Knob's next heavy attack. Preserving that health is worth the consumable. Hologram adds Tactical Reuse, Beam Cell for Vulnerability, a discounted Streamline, or Reinforced Body on danger turns, so it's the clear, flexible pick. A second Cold Snap makes Frost Generation consistent enough to support long fights, while still improving ordinary combat damage. Old Coin is a major economy spike. I'll bank the 300 gold for a high-impact shop, rather than forcing marginal purchases. Toy Ornithopter converts future potions into sustain, while Loop and Compile Driver deepen the Frost Orb engine. I'll also remove another strike to improve consistency. Boot Sequence gives guaranteed free turn 1 protection, buying time to establish Frost and Loop without diluting later reshuffles. 46 HP plus Strong Block is sufficient for the remaining hallway, so I'm upgrading Loop for a much stronger orb payoff, and reserving the final campfire for healing if needed. The clean 100 gold is better than taking regret for an extra 175. This deck values reliable draws and already has enough shop potential. The root forces a second elite, but boot sequence, reinforced body plus, and 2 potions give enough safety. The extra relic can materially improve the boss fight. Lagavulin gave time to line up Loot Plus. I'm waking it now with Vulnerability Plus to attacks, while adding Frost so the Orb engine is online before its attack cycle. I'm using the block potion here. Toy Ornithopter adds 5 healing, and the potion lets me keep attacking while fully covering Lagavulin's first heavy swing. Sundial's 2 bonus energy create a burst window. Beam Cell into Streamline, Strike, and Cold Snap should finish Lagavulin before its Strength and Dexterity debuff lands. Reboot is exceptional with Dead Branch. Zero-cost redraw fixes awkward hands, shuffles the deck, and its exhaust generates another card. I'm deliberately not healing before Hexaghost, because its opening divider scales with current HP. Upgrading Zap to 0 cost improves setup, while keeping that first barrage manageable. Hexaghost's first turn is setup only, so I'm spending Boot Sequence to trigger Dead Branch, then using the free turn for damage and Orb setup. Divider is 5 times 6 damage. I'm using the Forge Potion for 5 healing and a 6-card reboot. The redraw is the best chance to find Reinforced Body, while permanently upgrading this hand for the fight. The Dark Orb has charged to 24. Darkness will evoke Frost for block, then zero-cost Dual Cast Plus can cash the Dark Orb twice, while Loot Plus establishes ongoing scaling. This is Hexaghost's non-attacking guard turn. I'm evoking the Charged Dark Orb with Recursion and using the Flex Potion to accelerate the finish, while Toy Ornithopter heals 5. Act 1 is secured at 42 HP. The Dex core is now Loop Plus, Consistent Frost, Flexible Block, and Dead Branch Exhaust value. Fission is the best rare. It converts established orbs into a burst of cards and energy, triggers Dead Branch, and becomes exceptional once upgraded to evoke those orbs. Fusion Hammer is the safest boss relic. 4 energy materially improves every turn, and unlike Coffee Dripper, it preserves healing. The Dex Essential Loop, Zap, and Reinforced Body upgrades are already in place. I'm taking the central route for an early shop with 260 gold, then retaining the choice between a Rest and an Elite based on how the first fights go. Boot Sequence plus 2 Frost Orbs already cover the attack, so I'm spending the remaining energy on Loop Plus and Barrage to turn this safe opening into scaling and damage. Leap adds efficient immediate block to complement Frost. The deck already has enough Cold Snap and 1 Compile driver, so defense is the useful marginal gain. Go for the Eyes is free damage plus timely weak, directly improving survival against automaton and hard act to attacks without taxing for energy turns. Lee's Waffle fully heals and raises max HP, while Consumed supplies the focus scaling automaton demands. An explosive potion adds emergency AoE and another toy ornithopter heal. Snake Plant's multi-hit is dangerous while frail, so I'm using Fission to turn 3 orbs into extra energy and a larger hand, looking for Frost and Real Block before committing the turn. Charge Battery Plus is a premium pickup, 10 block now, and 5 energy next turn, perfect for bridging into Consumed, Loop, or a large reinforced body. At 81/82 HP with weak and explosive potions, I'm taking the event into the Elite. The deck is prepared and another relic is worth the risk. Gremlin Leader is safest when its minions die immediately. The explosive potion puts both in cleanup range and toy Ornithopter tops off the one missing HP. Dead Branch produced Biased Cognition, a major tempo spike. I'm using it now so Cold Snap plus the boosted lightning clears the last minion and powers a fast elite kill. Leader is swinging for 12 times 3, while the minion adds 12. Go for the eyes weakens the leader for free. Then I can kill the minion and use hologram to recover charge battery plus, nearly covering the reduced barrage. Charge Battery and Sundial produce 7 energy. I'm converting that burst into 4 attacks, then rebooting for a fresh hand to finish before Leader can rebuild its board. The deck already has 2 Cold Snaps, a hologram, and Streamline. Adding duplicates would reduce consistency, so I'm skipping this reward. Glacier Plus is exactly the defensive upgrade this deck wants. Immediate block plus 2 frost orbs, amplified by Consumed and Loop. Regal Pillow makes this campfire full heal, so I'm taking it before the second half of Act 2, rather than risking another hallway at 66 HP. Bottle Flame can guarantee a turn 1 cold snap, ensuring frost setup immediately and making Consume, Loop, Glacier, and Fission more reliable from the opening hand. Dead Branch produced electrodynamics, ideal for this pair. I'm using the 5 energy fission turn to establish AoE lightning and remove the sentry before its next attack. Recursion Plus is zero-cost orb control. It can cache Frost for block or Lightning for damage, while preserving the orb, and it improves loop targeting at no energy cost. Paying 85 gold for a relic is good value and avoids shame. Meal Ticket gives future shop value, even if little gold remains. With a guaranteed Regal Pillow campfire before the boss, I can safely pay the tome's HP cost for a powerful book relic and heal it all back. Nilri's Cotex is a strong result. It can add targeted scaling or defense each turn, and I'll skip offerings that would dilute the deck. I'm entering Automaton at full HP with weak, capacity, and explosive potions. The priority is consumed plus frost, then saving weak for hyper beam. Nilri offers multicast. With controlled frost or lightning, it provides a high ceiling block or damage turn, so I'm adding it for the boss. The bronze orbs are stealing cards while Automaton attacks. I'm establishing Consume first, then using Fission to trade 2 orbs for a fresh 4 energy hand and find block. Nilri offers another reboot. Zero-cost redraw plus a dead branch trigger is excellent in this long, status-heavy boss fight. I'm cashing the explosive potion to finish the left bronze orb this turn, return its stolen card, heal 5, and still block the right orb's attack. Stack can become a large 1 energy block after reboot in normal cycling, giving an extra answer to Hyper Beam. I'm taking it from Nilri. Blizzard scales with every frost orb this deck already wants to channel, giving a cheap finisher without changing the defensive plan. Melter is useful immediately against Automaton's block and remains efficient Act 3 damage, so I'm adding it. Bull's Eyes lock on multiplies lightning and dark damage, so it's a strong Nilri addition for closing this boss once Frost has stabilized defense. Automaton is stunned after Hyper Beam. I'm using capacity now for 5 healing and 2 orb slots, then filling them with frost so the next cycle is much safer. A second temporary fission can convert the 4-orb setup into a major energy and draw burst later, and Dead Branch will replace it when exhausted. Aggregate can generate a large energy surplus in this expanded boss deck, enabling Fission Glacier. Or reinforced body turns. I'm adding it. Machine learning improves every remaining turn of this long fight, so I'm taking the extra draw over another attack or random orb. Electrodynamics now acts as a large orb conversion burst. Storm plus the power will replace Frost with Lightning while evoking block, and supplies damage for the finish. Fission produced 8 energy, blizzard, and machine learning. I'm converting that burst into electrodynamics plus storm-triggered lightning, extra draw, and a 20 damage blizzard. Scheme is the cleanest choice here. 3 cards for 1 energy helps locate the zero-cost Streamline, Bullseye, or another finishing burst. Two focused lightning orbs are online, and multicast for 4 evokes 56 damage, enough to end Automaton before another attack. Act 2 is complete at 69 HP. Consumed Glacier Plus, expanded orb slots, loop, and Nilry's Cotex now form a robust scaling engine. Buffer is the safest rare. It negates an entire damaging hit N, helps survive Act 3 spikes without requiring more setup or deck bloat. Sozu's 5th energy is more valuable than potion access now. The deck already has Sustain, a weak potion, and Energy Hungry consumed, Glacier, Buffer, and reinforced body turns. Choker conflicts with zero-cost chains, while Pyramid risks Hun. The Act 3 boss is Awakened one, so I'll limit optional powers. I'm taking the route to an early shop, where 137 gold can still buy a key card or removal. Seek is the strongest possible Nilry hit. 0 energy fetches consumed, loop, fission, or reinforced body on demand, and also triggers Dead Branch. A temporary compile driver adds damage and multi-orb draw, helping find the cards needed to kill Exploder before its countdown. Exploder is at 12 HP with an unknown intent, signaling imminent detonation. Seek guarantees Streamline so I can remove it now. All for one can recover Beam Cell. Go for the Eyes, Zap Plus, and Recursion Plus together. It's high-value card advantage for this zero-cost deck. Aggregate converts the status-heavy draw pile into extra energy, so it's the best Codex edition for recovering tempo. All three Codex options are redundant attacks that would feed Spiker's Thorns and dilute the deck, so I'm skipping. The Spiker is at 5 HP, and the Lightning Orb will resolve after Nilri. I'm skipping these redundant additions so the Orb can finish safely. Cool-Headed Plus is premium. 1 Frost plus 2 cards for 1 energy, improving both defense and consistency without needing another upgrade. Losing 1 upgraded strike is still least harmful. Boofer and Defend Plus are more important for surviving Awakened One's heavy turns. Another temporary doom and gloom supplies AoE and a dark orb, helping synchronize all 3 Darklings for a clean finish. Ball Lightning gives efficient damage and a lightning orb without adding an optional power, fitting both this fight in the Awaken 1 plan. I'm checking the post-turn state before choosing Kotek's value or setting up the synchronized Darkling kill. The center Darkling is reviving, so this turn is about assembling enough area damage to drop all 3 before another regeneration cycle. Reinforced Body is the safest Kotek's pick here. Flexible block now, with Dead Branch turning its exhaust into another chance at damage. Ball Lightning Plus adds efficient damage and orbs cycling without diluting the deck, which helps close Awakened One after the Frost engine stabilizes. The Merchant gives meal ticket healing and a chance to spend 167 gold on immediate boss-relevant strength, so it beats another early fight or random event. Happy Flower is the cleanest conversion of the gold. Reliable extra energy in long fights, while a second loop would unnecessarily strengthen Awaken One and Strange Spoon conflicts with Dead Branch. With the deck already strong and only one potion, I'm taking the event branch toward the safer campfire instead of volunteering for an elite. The branch converges into a forced elite. At full health, I'll prioritize early Frost setup and only spend buffer if the opening cycle cannot cover the burst. Multicast is the flexible codex choice. You can turn a Frost orb into emergency block or convert a damage orb into a fast finish when Nemesis is intangible. Nemesis is intangible and attacking for 6x3, so weak +1 defend covers it. I'll cash and fission afterward to cycle toward focus and rebuild the orb line. Machine learning is worth the one-turn setup in this long elite fight. The extra draw improves both Frost consistency and access to burst on non-intangible turns. Chill is free Frost plus a Dead Branch trigger, making it the best Cotex pickup for preserving the block engine while cycling temporary value. Rainbow supplies every orb type and exhausts into dead branch value, giving this single target fight more utility than a redundant draw power or electrodynamics. This is the 45 damage turn, and Buffer can erase it, but only if no burn consumes the charge first, so I'm avoiding Reboot's risky redraw and using the safe, non-intangible setup window. Boot sequence is free immediate block and another dead branch roll. The best protection now that Buffer has spent its charge. Another reboot gives the best tempo. A free full redraw on the next awkward hand, with dead branch replacing the exhausted card. Nemesis is vulnerable to a clean finish now. Glacier Plus will evoke the charged Dark Orb for 38, and Ball Lightning Plus covers the remaining health, while Frost handles the 18 incoming. The second hologram is controlled value, reclaiming Glacier, Weak, or Damage on demand, whereas the power options give Awakened 1 extra strength are unpredictable triggers. Blizzard is unusually strong here. 2 Glaciers, 2 Cold Snaps, and Cool-Headed scale it rapidly into a 1 energy finisher for the long boss fight. The two exploders are the clock, so I'm focusing early, concentrating attacks on one of them, and using fission to accelerate the opening cycle while avoiding spiker retaliation. Machine learning is the useful Codex pick here. Extra draw helps find area damage, and frost before the remaining exploder reaches its countdown. Cool-headed gives frost and draw without adding a risky random power. Exactly what we need to find lethal on the second exploder next turn. The exploder is on its final countdown, so Hologram is retrieving the now 1-cost streamline for guaranteed lethal instead of gambling on Thunderstrike's random target. Overclock is the useful Codex choice now. Free draw can find Blizzard or Streamline to finish the lone spiker, and the added burn is manageable this late in combat. Steam Barrier is the safe zero-cost pickup. The spiker is already set to die to lightning after the Codex choice, so there's no reason to add a power. Compile Driver adds controlled draw and modest damage without another boss triggering power. It is the only reward that improves consistency rather than narrowing orb slots. The exploder remains the priority. I'll use the bottled cold snap and dual cast early. Then let boot sequence's dead branch card determine whether this opening can push for the kill or needs full defense. Glacier is the reliable codex choice. It rebuilds Frost after dual cast and keeps the multi-enemy fight stable, while we finish the exploder. Darkness gives a non-attack damage source that can mature behind Frost, ideal for finishing the Spiker without repeatedly paying its thorns. Spheric Guardian is attacking for 10 times 2 behind 65 block, so I'm converting Frost through Recursion and Cool-Headed for exact defense, while preserving Buffer and charging Darkness for later. Double Energy can turn one future Plasma or charge battery turn into a large tempo swing, and its exhaust also feeds Dead Branch. With 6 Frost channels banked, Hologram can turn Blizzard into 12 area damage now, safely cutting through the Spiker while the existing Frost block absorbs its thorns. Defragment is the strongest Codex pickup here. One focus improves Frost, Lightning, and the charged Dark Orb for the remaining Armored Guardian. Dual Cast plus Consume, and Glacier will evoke the Dark Orb into the 6 HP Spiker, killing it without touching thorns and leaving focused Frost for the Guardian's attack. Fusion is the only positive synergy choice. Plasma helps power through the Guardian's persistent block, while Reprogram would erase focus. Capacitor repairs the orb slots spent by Consume, letting Frost and the charged Dark Orb coexist while we grind through Barricade Block. The Guardian has 31 block plus 20 HP, Go, Blizzard, and Streamline total 50, leaving only 1 effective health before a 3 energy draw and orb follow-up. Go for the Eyes Plus is premium boss defense. 0 energy for 2 week, helping Frost cover multi-hit turns without adding another power trigger. At full health with Fusion Hammer disabling upgrades, the Campfire does nothing. The event is the only branch that can improve the deck before the remaining fights. Only the middle jaw worm is attacking, so I'm using the safe turn to seed Frost, scale Blizzard, and reboot through the opening hand before the others finish buffing. Steam Barrier is free insurance for the now buffed pair. The alternatives depend on drawing powers and do nothing immediately. Both jaw worms are attacking after buffs. Loop plus a hologram glacier will convert the charged dark orb into damage and stack enough frost block for the combined hit. Stack is the strongest mid-fight option now. The discard pile is already deep, so one energy can cover a large buffed attack. Beam Cell plus Compile Driver is exact lethal on the 13 HP worm. Gremlin Horn preserves energy and draw, so the second can be pressured without sacrificing Frost setup. A second Cool-Headed Plus strengthens the core engine, Frost, Blizzard scaling, and 2-card draw, more than another conditional attack. This Darkling trio rewards synchronized damage, so I'm front-loading 3 Frost channels for a 6 damage Blizzard sweep, while fully covering both attacks. Sweeping Beam adds synchronized area damage and draw, exactly what this Darkling fight needs. Consume into Cool-Headed will evoke Plasma and put the charged Dark Orb first. Dualcast can then drop the 16 HP centered Darkling and heavily wound another in the same sequence. A second Blizzard keeps synchronized pressure on the two survivors and will keep scaling as their regeneration window opens. The right Darkling can be removed this turn with Compile, Strike, and Streamline. Cycling Cool-Headed first preserves Frost End Draw for the final synchronized kill. Rip and Tear will concentrate both random hits into the only standing Darkling, putting its remaining 18 HP within easy lethal range before regeneration. Blizzard drops the 13 HP Darkling and leaves the revived one at 10. With only one target remaining, Rip and Tear's 2 hits become guaranteed lethal. FTL is a low-cost final edition. Free damage with occasional draw in the opening cycle without interfering with the Frost plan. At 70 HP, the event branch avoids a guaranteed final hallway fight and still leads to a boss campfire, preserving health for Awakened 1. Red Mask is an excellent boss conversion for otherwise stranded gold. Opening week reduces Awakened 1 and both cultists before the deck finds go for the eyes. The final rest returns us to full health. The boss plan is to remove cultists quickly. Play only essential powers in phase 1 and let Consume plus Frost carry both phases. The cultists are the immediate threat. I'm concentrating both Bottled Cold Snaps and FTL into the left one, then using Reboot to look for a first turn kill, while Boot Sequence covers the weakened boss hit. Doom and Gloom is the best Codex card here. Guaranteed area damage advances both cultists while adding a Dark Orb without giving Awakened 1 strength. Glacier will evoke the charged Dark Orb into the 23 HP cultist, and Cool-Headed plus Compile can finish it while building enough Frost for all 3 attacks. Aggregate offers the highest ceiling for the long boss fight. The draw pile is still large enough for a substantial energy gain, while the 10 HP cultist is already easy to finish. This hand cannot quite finish the cultist, so I'm leaving it at 4 HP and converting the rest of the turn into enough block for both attackers. The next draw, our orb ping will remove it. Leap is the clean Codex choice, reliable block with no extra strength trigger for Awakened one. Beam Cell goes on Awaken 1, while Cold Snap removes the 4 HP cultist. Gremlin Horn then funds Compile Driver, so the turn keeps both damage and defense. Fission is the high-value Codex pick. You can cash Frost End Dark Orbs into a full tempo turn later, with Dead Branch replacing the exhaust. FTL and Aggregate are best before the draw pile shrinks. Go for the Eyes plus keeps the boss weak, while I hold Fission until the Dark Orb can be evoked, rather than discarded. Fission remains the best flexible pick. It can be held until Glacier rebuilds orbs, then convert them into decisive damage and block turn without another power trigger. The regeneration means we need the engine online now. Zap and both Cool-Headed Plus copies rebuild 3 orbs, while drawing 4 cards for Consumes, Weak, or Glacier. Blizzard is now the best Codex value. Repeated Frost channels have scaled it beyond regeneration, giving reliable 1 energy damage without empowering the boss. Aggregate is strongest immediately after the reshuffle. Paired with 2 turns of Weak from Go for the Eyes Plus, it should fund both offense and a complete block line. The aggregate fission turn has enough energy to safely pay. Awaken One's one strength trigger for Loop Plus. Its repeated frost passive is worth that long-term cost, while temporary capacitor is not. Seek is ideal. It can fetch consumed on the next turn and finally add focus without playing another power. Consume is exactly the missing piece. To focus will turn the established loop and frost engine from adequate into dominant without triggering curiosity. Darkness now benefits from 2 focus and can charge safely behind Frost, giving a high damage route through the boss's regeneration and second phase. The boss is hitting 7 times 4. With the draw pile empty, Seek becomes a free dead branch roll. Hologram can then retrieve stack for the large block, while Darkness and Blizzard keep damage ahead of regeneration. A second consumed is worth collapsing to 1 frost slot. Loop will produce 18 passive block per cycle at 4 focus, and capacitor can restore slots after revival when curiosity is gone. Rainbow is valuable at 1 orb slot. Can evoke focused frost, lightning, and plasma in sequence, and Dead Branch replaces its exhaust. Biased Cognition would add a power trigger and decay. Rainbow converts the 1-slot Frost into 13 block, then Focus Lightning and Plasma. Beam Cell makes the follow-up attacks efficient, while the Dead Branch card can supply the last few points of defense. The attack line reaches 7 times 4, and the hand has no block, so this is the correct weak potion window. 2 0-cost lightning evocations, then push phase 1 close to lethal. Hologram is the best codex choice. It can retrieve the 32 damage Blizzard or stack on demand, and Dead Branch replaces the exhaust. Focus Lightning and the 0-cost Streamline can end phase 1 quickly. Cool-Headed then replaces Lightning with Frost End draws into phase transition defense. Cool-Headed is the strongest choice again. 1 Focus Frost sustains the 1-slot loop engine, and the draw finds the 74 damage needed to force revival. Blizzard plus Doom and Gloom cuts phase 1 to 35 HP, while Go for the Eyes and Dualcast cover the attack. I'm refusing a 3rd Consume, so the deck keeps its last orb slot. The 1-slot Chaos will evoke the Dark Orb after a full loop charge, roughly enough to force revival, while Steam Barrier and 2 Defends cover nearly all of the multi-hit attack. Stack is the best phase 2 preparation. After the next reshuffle, it can become a 1 energy full block against Awakened One's largest attacks. Phase 1 is at 19 HP. Aggregate and Cool-Headed are the best route to draw lethal, while keeping enough block if the transition does not happen immediately. Phase 1 is down at full health. I'm taking the free transition rather than spending cards into an absent target. Then I'll restore orb slots once Curiosity is gone. Phase 2 opens with 41 damage. FTL draws first, then Hologram Retrieve stack for a full block. With Curiosity gone, any drawn capacitor can now restore the orb slots safely. Go for the Eyes is the clean Phase 2 pick. Free Week cuts the 41 damage swing substantially while preserving the new 3-slot Frost engine. Curiosity is gone, so the second capacitor is now free upside. I'm expanding to 5 slots, adding Darkness, and using Glacier to keep 4 focused Frost orbs around it. Boot sequence is free block plus a dead branch replacement. Stronger here than adding another power or an amplify with no immediate target. The engine is now fully defensive, but Regeneration has reset the boss to 300. Seek is fetching Blizzard to convert the accumulated Frost count into real damage. I'm checking the exact post-seek hand and intent before committing the remaining energy. The priority is to preserve full defense, while cycling back to Blizzard and the damage package. Defense already covers this weakened hit, so I'm spending the turn's remaining energy on draw attacks. A Blizzard off the reshuffle is the fastest way to outrun Regenerate. White Noise is the best Nilri pick now. Phase 2 has no curiosity scaling, and its exhaust also gives Dead Branch another chance at a useful finisher. The incoming 8x3 is already covered by Loop and Frost. I'm using Cool-Headed plus Free Zap to trigger 2 Frost Evokes, expand Compile Driver's draw, and start turning the Orb Wall into damage. Chaos is the lean pick here. 1 energy keeps the Orb queue moving without burdening a large deck, while the Frost Engine already handles defense. A Plasma Roll has opened a 7 energy turn. I'm cashing in the free FTL draw first, then Aggregate can support an unusually deep attack and Orb cycle without compromising the block floor. All for One is the clear finisher pick. It can pull the zero-cost Streamline, Beam Cell, Go for the Eyes, FTL, and Zap package back into hand for a burst turn. Loop has charged the front Dark Orb into a major burst. Dual Cast comes first for the double evoke, then Darkness restores the third orb type, so Compile Driver draws 3 toward All for 1 or Blizzard. Scheme gives the highest lethal probability at 73 HP, digging 3 cards for the 50+ damage Blizzard, or All for 1 burst. The small uncovered hit is acceptable at full health. The boss is at 83, and Plasma has funded an 8 energy turn. I'm applying 2 turns of Weak, cycling 1 more Frost for Blizzard scaling, then using Scheme to locate the lethal damage. All for 1 has assembled 26 free attack damage. Zap plus Electrodynamics will then push the queued Dark Orb out and leave 4 Lightning Orbs, enough to finish this phase before regeneration. Awaken 1 is down at 76 HP. I'm advancing through the victory sequence and result screens now, so the prerequisite clear is fully recorded. That wraps up today's Slay the Spire stream. Defect completed the run successfully. We made solid progress toward the Heart campaign. Thanks to everyone who watched, chatted, and climbed the Spire with us. We'll see you next time.